Kia kaigo. Hello everyone, welcome to the 2025 Africa Schools Individual Chess Championship live commentary. This is round 5, coming in live from the Pride in Paradise Hotel in Mombasa. The game we are looking at is the under 15 girls category. On board 1 we have Elizabeth Cassidi versus Loki. Loki is on form. She just beat the under 15 national champion Shukri Shakira in the previous round. The opening is Leroy Lopez. Cassidi has opted for the Bishop A4 variation. So from the choice of this opening, it's clear that both players are playing to win. This is a mouth-watering clash. Both Elizabeth Cassidi and Zurika Loki are the favorites to win this event. So the player that wins this round will likely tilt the favor.
So I think black is just finishing development on the king side. So maybe black has developed the bishop onto e7. Logically, just wait for castling, and white has gone for rook e1. An early control of the file by the rook e1, and exactly black has done what we were thinking for, castling next. So both white king and black king are on safety, and they develop. In terms of development, I can see white is still behind in development. There's a knight, there's a bishop, and also white has a pawn at the center, a good control of the center. And let's see, I think it's just an early stage of the game and development is going on. Let's see what will transpire throughout the game.
Okay, we are still in the opening stage of the game. We are relatively following the main line, mostly theory. Cassidi has been playing the Roy Lopez for a while now. It's interesting that in the national championship that was held in
South Africa.
Mangu national championship that was held in Mangu, where Cassidi met Shukri in round 8, and she employed the same opening, the Roy Lopez. But in that previous game, Shukri went with the bishop to c5 variation, which is slightly more aggressive than what Zuri has played, bishop to e7. But Zuri is a solid player. But if the position gets messy, she also gets comfortable in the slugfest. So we'll see how the game transpires. So relatively, the players are still sizing each other up. following relatively main lines of the close to Rui Lopez. Oh, so Cassidi opts for f4. Okay, black would try to simply develop the bishop. There are several ways to develop the bishop. Black can either go bishop to b7 or bishop d7. It depends on the player's style. Both bishop to b7 and bishop to bishop to d7. Simply bringing a piece into the game and trying to figure out what white is trying to do. Also, it's important that black develops this bishop somehow because white is threatening to win a pawn actually by taking on b5, and black can take back this way because the rook will be hanging. Both Cassidi and Zuri are on maximum points right now at 4 out of 4. So this could probably be a good chance to score a point and get ahead of the pack. So far in this category, only 2 players have got maximum points. Let's check out the other games shortly. This is Madagascar. 15. Okay. Okay, this is the under 15 open. SEM Jessie Fabian playing black against Sauti Lisuku of Madagascar. Of Zambia, sorry, of Zambia. Very strong opposition Jessie Fabian is facing. So white has a bit of a space advantage due to this central pawn majority. Black is slightly undeveloped. Would it be possible to bring the knight into the game with a move like knight to c6 or even knight to d7?
Yeah. That one looks more interesting, and you can see on the black side, you still have the knight and the bishop, but when you look at the white side, you only have two knights there. Okay, so I think combination of a knight of a bishop, slightly.
Yes, black is a bit cramped for space.
Yeah. Okay.
But a natural move like just bringing the knight into the game, either with knight c6 or knight d7. Looks like a good plan, simply completing development. White is enjoying a modest space advantage thanks to this pawn. These two pawns. But the white knights, they seem kind of misplaced. Oh, black develops the knight to d7. Decent move, simply developing a piece. Okay, white goes b4, a bold choice. White wants to expand on the queen side. Perhaps the pawn just wants to run forward and squeeze black. So it's clear Sauti Lisuku is sharpening the game. It's clear that he's playing for a win. Okay, black has a number of options. Black could just put a rook on an open file. Put pressure on the pawn on e4. He could also improve the position of the knight with a move like knight f6 to open the eyes of the queen, to put pressure on the central white pawn on d5. Okay, let's move back to the under 15 girls. Zurich, Cassidi versus Loki.
and set this position.
Oh, so Zuri decides to keep the A file closed by pushing the pawn to b4, as opposed to developing the dark squared bishop, the light squared bishop with a move like bishop to b7 or bishop to d7.
Okay, and in terms of development, I can see white is still holding most of his pieces back. The queen, the knight, and the b are not yet developed. But black has started to push for an attack. Black has an option of also taking the b file.
It's important that black brings this bishop into the game.
So either way,
Perhaps Zuri is still trying to figure out whether to put the bishop on b7, d7, or even e6 to contest this white's influence on this diagonal. Sometimes in some lines of the Ruy Lopez, the f7 pawn can be a little soft.
I think
Also,
fincatoring the
white needs
bishop
to contend with the queenside development. These pieces would like to get into the game, but it's interesting to see how Cassidi brings them into the game. Perhaps she might organize for an early c3 followed by the d4 break. Finally, the bishop comes into the game with bishop e6, contesting the long diagonal.
I think definitely what's going on there is that black is trying for a bishop trade. Normally when you have this light squared bishop here, it's much stronger. And also on the black side, when you had a dark squared bishop, is also much stronger. So I think that move there has been played by black for a bishop exchange. And you know, when he captures the bishop, it will be forced for white will be forced to capture back with the pawn, and white might be having a double pawn there on the b file, which might not look good on the white side.
So Cassidi has a decision to make. Does she want to keep the light squared bishop on the board or to trade on e6?
Also, another option she has is just to play the bishop back to a2, and maybe if black decide to trade
The problem with bishop a2 is that it's losing too much time.
Okay.
Black would just take on a2, and then white takes with the rook. And the rook ends up being exposed on a2. Awkward. The a file is not even open. So maybe to keep the bishop on the board, she might try something like bishop to f4, put pressure on the knight on c6, even though it looks like it's giving up a pawn on f5. So the idea is that if black decides to win a pawn with knight takes f5, then white has got this d4, okay? So when the knight was on c6, it was watching over the d4 square. As soon as it's lured to a5, or to the edge of the board, by the pawn sack, white is able to get a central break, d4. The game is roughly even, but I think black is fine. After knight takes d4, knight takes d4. So white has about 3 options how to handle the black's challenge of this diagonal. She can either go with the line we looked at with bishop a4, doing whatever it takes to keep the light squared bishop on the board. And as we've seen, if black takes the pawn on a5, then white has this very nice break, pawn to d4, and suddenly lines are opening. Also, the bishop on c1 is ready to get into the game. Perhaps even more solid is just to take on e6. Or even play c3, like most lines of the Ruy Lopez. The idea is that if black takes on b3, white simply takes back with the queen. But now white still has to contend with the problem, where to place the knight and the bishop. 2 pieces which is currently not clear where to put these bishops. For this bishop to get into the game, white will need to play either d4 or d3 at some point. Okay, back to Sauti Lisuku versus Kenyan Jessie Fabian. So Jessie has spent considerable amount of time in this position. Perhaps he's pondering what to do about this white pawn storm, which looks menacing. But black is very solid. It doesn't have any obvious weaknesses apart from this minor space disadvantage, which black might solve by improving the position. Sometimes when you're not sure what to do, you look for your worst piece and improve it. And rook to c8 looks like a viable candidate. Knight f6 also looks like a viable candidate. Simply putting the knight on a much better square, where it's eyeing 2 central squares, opening the eyes of the queen. You know, the queen is already seeing in this direction. So by moving the knight to f6, the queen is also able to increase the pressure on the d4 pawn. Okay, so Cassidi trades on e6 and then goes d3, simply opening the diagonal for the bishop to get into the game. And also solidifying the protection of the pawn on e4. Even though black has double pawns on e6 and e5, the pawns play an important role, covering important central squares. Okay. So it's not clear. This knight doesn't have a lot of range. Perhaps it can go to g5 in future, but the pawn on e6 is easy to defend. So in future, black could use the f file to generate counterplay. Okay, white brings the knight into the game. The knight b to d2. Perhaps white wants to go for the plan of knight f1 followed by knight g3. But the problem with being the knight g3 plan is that the f5 square, where the knight usually goes to in most lines of the Ruy Lopez, is perfectly covered by the black pawn on e6. Okay, let's jump to the under 13 girls, where Asaba Juliet of Uganda is playing against Kenya's Wambui Zipora.
So Zipora is black. Asaba Juliet from Uganda is white. So both sides have castled, both black and white have castled. There is much activity at the center, so everybody's trying to take control of the center, and attacks have also started.
White controls the center nicely with the pawns on d4, e4. The knight on h5 looks a bit offside. I think this position is much more comfortable for white to play. Ticks all the boxes in terms of controlling the center, pieces on nice squares. Black, on the other hand, still needs to figure out where to place this light squared bishop, either to go in this direction or in this direction. Okay, this position is similar to a King's Indian structure, where black usually moves the knight to h5 and then break with the f pawn, just like in the King's Indian defense main lines. That looks like a viable plan for white, for black. Let's jump back to the under 15 girls. Okay, so black has gone queen to e8, with the idea of rerouting the queen towards the king side. So black is slowly regrouping her pieces for a king side attack. Meanwhile, white still needs to decide where to place the queen's bishop. She could go with the plan of
Knight
move the knight to c4 and then develop the bishop to a3, completing development.
Okay. Apart from that, we also have knight f1. Can go knight f1. Oh, because on the black side, it looks like black want to start king side attack. So it should also come with these pieces.
Yeah, knight f1. Knight f1 looks a bit passive. Because, it's usually a good idea to maybe look at forward squares first. Unless they are all not an option, like knight c4, knight b3. Then maybe white could consider a move like knight f1. Oh, she goes for the knight f3 plan. At least now this diagonal is open. White is getting ready to bring this bishop into the game. The move like bishop to e3. She doesn't need to worry about moves like knight g4 to harass the bishop, because the pawn on h3 nicely protects the g4 square. Is black going to proceed with a regrouping of a direct kingside attack with a move like queen to g6? Oh, so Zuri goes with the knight h5 and not queen to g6. So she wants to reroute the knight to the square f4. And there's no way white is going to play a move like g3 to kick the knight, because that will severely weaken the squares around the king. Okay, playing the knight to h5 after going queen e8 seems like both are good defensive and attacking move. The knight is looking for greener pastures on the f4 square. At the same time, this this trick that usually works in so many opening lines doesn't work here, where white usually takes on e4, thereby creating a discovered attack on the knight. But clearly the knight is defended by the queen, so this trick doesn't work here. It works in some lines. I remember we usually advise our students, when they put a knight on a square like h5, they have to be aware of such tricks, where the knight takes, and if black takes back, they lose the knight on h5. But of course, Elizabeth and Zuri are formidable opponents, so it's obvious they can't fall for that. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, Zuri's style sometimes can confuse her opponents. She plays both solid and aggressive at the same time. From the choice of the line she played, the close to Ruy Lopez. So she's going for a slow grind, slow strategic battle. But of course, if the dynamics of the position changes, she's able to switch to sharp play. And that is something that Cassidi knows to watch out for. Cassidi is also very sharp in tactics. So she holds her own quite well in very sharp positions. This is a very unpredictable match. Sure. Okay, the move knight h5, as much as it's going for the f4 squares, it also releases some tension on the white center, particularly the square e4. White could actually break with d4. Threatening to give black serious endgame weakness by taking on e5. And no matter how black takes back, they will eventually end up with isolated double pawns on e6 and e5. Once the d pawn disappears, that is. White must be considering two candidates. That will bring the bishop into play, or to break with d4 immediately. Okay, let's jump to another position. to Saba Juliet versus Wambui Zipporah. Okay, white is dominating this position nicely. 2 pawns in the center with the bishop pair. I think black is already in trouble here. Black has an offside knight on h5. It's not easy how to bring the knight back into the game. So white is going for... White could easily trade on g7 whenever she wants. Once the dark squared bishop disappears, the black king will be dangerously exposed. Okay, let's move back a few moves to see how black lost a piece in this game. See, black has 2 minor pieces. White has got 1, 2, 3. Black lost a piece somewhere. Let's see how that happened. So white gave a check on c4. The king moved to g8, to h8. Then white proposing a trade of the dark squared bishop. Black brings his bishop into the game with bishop g4. And now suddenly, black is caught up in this nasty pin. Okay, let's see how she dealt with it. Oh, she took on f3. The problem with taking on f3 is that white has got this in-between move. Bishop takes c6. And now suddenly 2 pieces are entry. The rook and the bishop on f3 are both attacked at the same time. Black can't dance in 2 weddings at the same time. She's dropping a piece. Yeah, now white is just a piece. White is just winning, yeah. White is winning. Okay. Perhaps it could have been foreseen with a rating gap of 300.
For sure.
Do you think black had a chance?
Not really.
Okay, so this one is decided. Saba Juliet is taking this one, unless she makes a terrible blunder that gets black back into the game. But I highly doubt. Okay, let's look at the others. So white has moved a pawn into black's house. White has gained some territory, space advantage on the queen side. So let's move back a few moves, see how the position gets here. So after b4, oh, black prefers to go knight b6 instead of knight f6. Yeah, perhaps this is a minor inaccuracy. It's not losing, but from b6, it's not clear where the knight is going to go. White has a nice pawn majority here, covering all important squares. The knight can't go here. He can take. Obviously, white is going to protect the pawn at some point. So maybe Jessie felt that he had to bring the knight over to the queen side to keep an eye on these menacing pawns. But it doesn't look like a good plan. It would have been much better to put the knight on a natural square like f6, okay, and place the rook on c1. Put pressure this way. Also, the queen is open, looking at d4. She can. She was also looking at this diagonal. I'd say in this position, black is fine. What do you think? All the pieces are on their natural squares. The knight is on its most natural square, f6. The queen is ready to join the game. The rook is ready to go to the f file, to the c file. But this move, knight b6, I'm not so sure about this. So white defended. Oh, now he plays rook to c8. Then rook c1.
And now
c5.
pushes.
So white gains some space on the queen side. As much as this move gains queen on the space on the queen side, but it also creates a nice home for the knight. Now black has a very nice outpost on d5. But since white has got two knights, maybe one of these knights will challenge the black knight once it gets to the outpost on d5. So rook f3, white simply wants to double rooks on the f file. Black has a very strong piece on d5. Looking at so many important squares in the white camp. f4, e3, c3, b4. It's interesting to see how white... Perhaps white wants to double rooks on the f file. We will tickle this pawn on f7, which is insufficiently guarded by the king. I think white could also employ the plan of trying to eliminate this strong knight on d5 with a move like knight to e4 and a future knight to c3. Okay, this one is relatively balanced, even though white has a slight queenside pressure due to these pawns. It'll be interesting to see how black masters some counterplay. Okay, let's look at another game. Okay, this is the under 7 and 9 girls. Yalo Hamutumwa versus Kenya's Ariela Taylor. Yalo plays for Zambia, for Namibia, sorry. Yalo plays for Namibia. Okay, both players are on maximum points. Position looks roughly level, even though the black king seems to be missing pawns in front of him. It's a bit exposed. But on the upside, black has got the bishop pair, Hikaru Nakamura likes to call them killer bees, slicing into open diagonals. So I think this compensates for, the bishop pair compensates for the slightly weakened black king. And the knight on h7, offering some protection. Okay, white has captured on e6, so black needs to decide how to take. She could take with the bishop, but then she'd have to worry about this move, putting pressure on the pinned piece.
A5.
The move is playable, is it? Say they go d6, bishop takes d6. Suppose white decides to increase pressure on the pinned piece by going pawn to e5. Oh, this is actually bad for black. Black has got this strong intermediate move. Bishop to g4, and suddenly the white queen is almost running out of squares. Let's see, how can white save the queen? Maybe she could try a move like queen to h6.
Then there we have bishop f8. Maybe to chase away the queen.
Yeah, here black will just win a pawn. They'll take here, 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 then here.
Sure.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, so after a few moves, the central tension has been clarified. Let's see how we get here. Oh, so white breaks with d4, black takes with the b pawn, take.
And now it is black's turn to play. I think.
Okay, the immediate threat is simply knight to e6.
Sure.
But it's a threat that is easy to deal with. She could go queen f7, or she could go bishop f6,
Or what about
exposing the queen to defend the e pawn.
What about just pushing the pawn forward?
Pushing the pawn looks playable, but it seriously weakens these two squares,
Because
which white can exploit immediately with a move like knight to f5. Okay. And then this queen is free to come to the queen side. The bishop is also free, slicing into the king side. Perhaps Zuri does not want to push because of this. The weakening of the
Central squares.
of the d5 and the f5 squares. She might go for the more solid, either bishop f6 or queen to f7, improving the queen, putting some pressure on f2, at the same time defending the pawn on a6. Let's check out some of the other games. under 11 open. On board one, we have Nathaniel Manyeki of Kenya versus Chandarana
Of
of
Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Chandarana is rated 1528. Manyeki is rated.
This looks like a Sicilian dragon.
On the black side.
White has a nice presence in the center. But the knight on A3 seems to be a bit offside. I think this knight would have loved to be on C3. The only thing.
Yeah, always, because a knight at the edge is always dim. It has less activity.
Yes, it's only controlling two forward squares.
Only.
It's not the end of the world. White has some nice pawn presence in the center.
Let's wait and see. Maybe the player himself or herself has a better option why he put it there. Maybe he has a better drill for it.
Okay, white goes with pawn to H3 to prevent bishop G4 pin, which would have put some pressure on the pawn on D4 indirectly, because the fianchetto bishop is X-raying that pawn. Perhaps black could challenge white's control of the C file by playing a move like bishop to H6, forcing the rook on C1 to make a decision.
Okay, but on that file, on file C, a rook has so many options to go to. On that side, file C, it can jump, waiting for doubling of the rooks. Maybe in the later
You
stage.
see, if black gets this bishop to the H6 square, that means the C1 square will be out of bounds to a white rook for quite some time.
Okay.
So it won't be easy to double rooks on the C file. It's a disruptive move. Black would also focus on bringing this bishop into the game, the bishop on C8. But since the most natural square, the G4 square, has already been covered by a move like H3, maybe black might consider a move like A6 followed by B5, then fianchetto, and then challenging the C file this way, completing development. So seems like that's the plan black is implementing. They could have also gone a move like bishop to E6. Perhaps they were worried about an eventual D5. But playing D5 this early would have made this bishop even stronger. So Manyeki decides to expand on the queen side. When black played the move A6, they created a hook. Perhaps white wants to hold on to the hook by a move like B5, opening lines and forcing black to make a decision whether they want to
Capture.
close lines with F5. This is also a deep prophylactic move, playing the pawn to b4. Okay, it gets the pawn out of the X-ray of the bishop. On b2, the pawn is undefended, but when it goes to b4, now white doesn't have to worry about lines opening, and suddenly the fianchetto bishop becomes really strong.
And it might come for a fork in future move.
So b4 shows, I think, a deep strategic understanding on the part of Manyeki. He's just 9 years old, but his moves are certainly not 9 years old.
His moves are more mature than his age. That is quite entertaining. Okay.
Is black going to allow the move b5? Black could still stick to the plan of forcing this rook. There's only one open file on the board, the C file. And looks like white is in control of the file. So black could simply undermine white's control of the C file by making the disruptive move bishop to h6, forcing the rook on c1 to make a decision. Like my coach used to say, rooks love open files.
Okay.
So Manyeki is playing by the book.
Book moves.
But of course, the strategic understanding is much deeper than the obvious idea of putting a rook on an open file. Oh, so black prevents any hope of queenside expansion with a move like b5. The pawn is stopped in its tracks.
Now the pawn cannot advance to any square.
The problem with this move b5 is that it weakens the square c6.
And
So
now
in future, white could play pawn to d5 and then use the c6 square as an anchor point, even though it can easily be guarded by the bishop like this or like this. Okay? But they always say that when in doubt, don't move a pawn, because pawns can't go backwards. Moving them forward is a big decision. You have to be very sure. I would have preferred if black had gone for this idea of bishop to h6,
a little
forcing the
disrupt
rook
the
to
rook.
make a decision like rook to b1, putting the rook behind the pawn and planning to break with b5. Okay, let's jump to another board. Jessie Fabian. Oh, black is lost. Let's see how we got here. So they went rook f3, they doubled on the f file. Black prevents it with a move like f6. Wouldn't it have been better just to move the rook back to f8? Because moving pawns in front of the king is generally not a good idea.
At the same time, moving that pawn there was going to block with the bishop. Now the bishop is
This is
now
a
less
weakening
active.
move. This is a weakening move that black played. Black is moving pawns in front of the castled king. It would have been much safer to defend the pawn with a rook to f8.
I think black is just rocking the board for himself, causing more problems on this side.
So white pieces gathered momentum, placed on nice squares. So white is well poised for a kingside attack. Perhaps you are looking at sacks on either f6 or g6. Let's see how Jessie defended. Oh, Jessie decides to break with d5. And now the black king is just too exposed. The black is in trouble here. Okay, black is in huge trouble. Okay, so first black weakened the king by moving the pawn to f6, and then they weakened the king further by moving the pawn to e5. This is very dangerous. This diagonal is weak. These pieces are all on the king side. If you compare this situation, the board is divided into two parts, the queen side and the king side. You can see white has got 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces on the king side. And the queen can get into the king side in one move. How many pieces does black have on the king side? Only the bishop. So it's very clear, it's very easy to tell that the king on g8 is dangerously exposed. See how white. I think the natural rook to g3 is good enough, rook to g3.
Causing a pin.
Threatening the g7 pawn, which is surprisingly very hard to defend. What could black do?
Maybe
for example, if they go a move like bishop to f8, and you can see
Bishop back to
why it was important to put the pieces on the king side. White can immediately sacrifice with could play knight takes f6 or even rook takes f6. Okay. So here, I think black is lost. Black is lost. Black is lost. The simplest way to continue the attack is to just to play rook to g3, and black is in a lot of trouble. Okay, yeah, rook g3 looks good enough. Rook g3, just a simple rook g3, increasing the pressure on the weak g7 pawn, and also threatening an eventual sack on f6, either with the rook or with the knight. Black is busted here.
And I think...
Okay, Jessie is a dynamic player, but sometimes his defensive technique can be a bit shaky. Okay. Allowing white to regroup with so many active pieces, all pointing towards the enemy king, which unsurprisingly has no defenders at all.
For sure.
All the heavy pieces are all the way on the other side, on the queen side. The only piece that might play some role in defending the black position is the bishop on e7, but it's awkwardly placed. So the principle of king safety is clearly in play here. It will take a very good defensive technique to survive this attack. So Jessie is under a lot of pressure right here. Yes?
Oh, white has not played. Okay. So you are yet to see the decision which is going to be made by white?
White will definitely play. This is the last move.
Yeah, that's the last move.
White will definitely play rook to g3.
Rook to
Natural
G3.
attacking move.
Okay.
And let's move on to another game. Okay, so Zuri left the pawn back on e6. Back to the under 15 girls. Elizabeth Cassidi is playing white against Zurika Loki. Both very strong players. So this is one of those matches that it's almost impossible to predict.
Sure.
All three results are possible. So she left the pawn back on e6 to keep the d5 and the f5 square well guarded, and opted for bishop to h5. Bishop to h4. An aggressive move, increasing pressure on the sensitive f2 pawn, which is only guarded by the king.
So white has a threat of...
But this move, don't you think it simply loses tempo? It would have been, would you have preferred if black had simply gone bishop f6? Because if the knight comes back to f3, and then the bishop has to move again, so what has black gained? Or is provoking knight f3 the idea?
Maybe this is what now we call now, maybe black is now playing what is called hope chess.
No, she can't be playing off chess.
Maybe hoping that in future, gonna capture here the things
These
which is
players are
which-
way
which
past.
is-
These players
which
are
is
way
quite
past off chess.
dangerous.
No,
I don't think so.
this level of play is quite high,
Okay.
so they can't be playing off chess. Zuri just crushed Shukri in the previous round, the national champion. So that's a clear indication that she's on form.
She's on form for sure.
White could also defend the pawn this way, developing a piece while defending the weak f2 pawn.
Maybe if this one plays here, sack take, here comes a check with the king. The king is kind of distracted. If you play this one back here, can sack the rook.
But you're looking for an exchange sacrifice, like if knight goes to f3 and then rook takes f3,
Then take with the pawn.
they will take with the queen. So that clearly
the check
doesn't
won't
get
work.
anywhere. There's not enough firepower to follow it up.
Sure.
Okay.
So
I
definitely.
think the most natural move would be just to bring the bishop in, finish development,
Okay.
defend the weak f2 pawn,
Okay.
and see what to do next.
What do you think about rook e2?
Rook
get the rook out of the
e2
pin,
doesn't
kind
look
of.
natural, even though it defends the pawn,
It
but
blockades
it
the
blocks
queen.
the queen from accessing the queen side. So that might not be the best way. The rook is awkwardly placed on on e2. Ideally, white wants to develop her pieces harmoniously, and bishop e3 looks more harmonious than rook e2, or even rook f1. So white has got two viable candidates, either block the influence of the rook on f8 with knight f3, which also gains tempo on the exposed bishop on h4,
Sure.
which will be forced to waste time moving again, or to simply bring a new piece into the game, defend f2, everything is all good.
Okay, can defend there on f2 and also maybe can be looking forward on taking by now where knight will be taking on e6. If the queen takes, then you're gonna take on the knight there. Kind of.
Yeah, that's also another possibility. Perhaps in future we could take here to deflect the queen from guarding the knight on h5. If the queen takes on here, then white takes on.
And now your queen will also be
on
active.
h5. But first things first. The king is feeling very sensitive right now.
So we have to
So
solve
white
that one
needs to do
first.
something about the f2 pawn. It's a little tender, the f2 pawn.
Loki.
So let's move back and see if Jessie Fabian has survived that avalanche of white pieces. Perhaps he might pull a Houdini like the legendary Tigran Petrosyan, was known as the Iron Tiger. They're very good at defending bad positions. Yeah, white is still pondering his next move.
I think white has taken his best time in this, and hopefully a best decision will come.
Yeah, white knows white can smell the blood.
Okay.
The question is, how do you deliver the final blow? How do you continue the onslaught?
Sure.
Sure, white can smell blood. These pieces are very nice. He's probably considering rook to g3. Could he start with a sacrifice on g7? Say a move like knight takes g7, king takes g7, then they go rook to h3, attacking the pawn on h7 twice. And if black plays a natural move like rook to h1, he could first open up lines with a move like d takes e5. The idea is that black can't take back because he'll be opening up the king.
Side.
Suppose he takes back like this, and
No,
the
we
king
have
is just too exposed. There's actually a mate in 2 here. Okay, so probably he'll not go for that line. And suppose he takes back with the queen. The rook joins the attack with tempo, with a move like rook to f5. This check is inconsequential. They play here, simply block with the knight. The white king is very safe, surrounded by this wall of pawns and pieces. I look at the black king. Compare the principle of king safety.
The black
Even though
king
black is
also-
up a piece, but will he live long enough to enjoy the extra piece?
Not really, maybe he dies on a full stomach.
I doubt.
Maybe dying on a
Because
full stomach.
at the same time, white is also threatening the knights twice. So this sack is playable. It will be interesting if
Yeah, it will be much interesting to see
see
what's
if white
transpired
goes
the
for
minds
it.
of the player. Do you think black has a chance of surviving here? Because this position is now
He
threatened.
might, like I said, if he's Tigran Petrosian, the Iron Tigran,
So,
master of defense,
yeah.
then he might swindle a draw out of this, but it's highly unlikely. Come on, South Lisiku is rated 1930. You think a 1930 will botch this attack? I highly doubt.
Against 1692.
Yes, the rating gap is quite large.
It's quite large. It's quite large.
So as much as we are rooting for our own Kenyan Jessie Fabian, deep down we know that
Yeah.
it wasn't going to be a walk
On
in
the
the park.
table, this is what is being expected.
Okay, let's jump to another board. When John Jarumi has just ended in an undramatic draw. This should be under 15, under 13 open. Is it?
I'll try it out. You saw it?
Okay, we are looking at board one of the under 11 girls. The tournament is the 2025 Africa Schools Chess Championship held in at the Pride Inn Hotel, Pride Inn Paradise Hotel in Mombasa. The under 11 girls, we have Winnie Kaburu of Kenya playing white versus Wanguta Shada of Namibia. Seems like Kaburu is already in trouble. She's down an exchange. How did she lose an exchange? So we got a rook and 3 minor pieces versus 2 rooks and 2 minor pieces. Winnie Kaburo is down an exchange. So and black seems to be winning. There is no compensation. Yeah, there's no compensation. Yeah.
This is black turns to play. Right?
Perhaps this is one of the unexpected upsets.
Sure.
Winnie Kaburo, on a good day, she plays really strong chess. But today, what went wrong? Let's zip through the game from move one, see what went wrong. So it was a French defense advanced variation. So with e5, she's clearly not in the mood for a draw. c5. Yeah, this is where she lost an exchange. So she overlooked this move, bishop to b5, skewering the queen and the rook. And the queen has to move. She drops an exchange, and it's all over. There's no compensation. Okay. So with the proper endgame technique, black will convert this one nicely.
Sure. And I think it is black's turn to play.
Yes.
So maybe black is looking for.
I think this one is lost for white.
This one is lost for total loss. Yes. Maybe now I think at this point black is looking for something like how to avoid queen times e6 coming with that.
Probably
check.
black wants to increase the pressure with a move like queen to h2, tickling this king.
Sure.
Or even a move like bishop to b4, just putting the bishop on a more active square. Perhaps threatening to win a pawn with bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes. So black will relatively look to simplify this endgame and
make it easy.
if it gets to the endgame, the difference of the exchange will be felt. Will be felt more in the endgame.
I think this is just a sure white for the Namibian.
So this will be hard to save for white.
Yeah. Rated 15-20.
I think it's safe to assume that this one is gone.
This one is gone unless magic happens.
Moving back to Elizabeth Cassidi, Zurich Loki.
It looks quite
a high
even.
Interest clash that this is. So Cassidi is still trying to figure out what to do about the soft pawn on f2.
So I think this one Cassidi has taken a lot of time trying to figure out what will happen.
Yeah,
which is also good.
Yeah, she's looking for microscopic edge.
Sure.
The position is roughly level. I don't think white needs to be afraid of anything after the natural move bishop to a3. The pawn is safely bolstered. The bishop is in the game. All she has to do is now decide where to place the queen. Okay, then she can work from there. So this is relatively balanced.
And maybe in the future you can see...
Two players are evenly matched.
Okay. Maybe in the future you can see queen c... You have queen c3. Queen c3 maybe.
c3 or
the
d3?
Next...
Okay,
D3,
let's say white, after white plays a move like bishop to a3. And then maybe black could try and expand on the queen side with a move like c5.
Trying to chase out the knight.
Or since the square f2 is already guarded, then it makes sense to put this bishop on a more active square, like bishop to f6. Okay.
Going for a pin.
So it's interesting to note that white can try to win a piece by playing here. What is that? The knight has no retreating square. So we just exchange on d4. And if queen takes d4, to develop the queen and connect the rooks. then white will simply get her square. So the move g4 will seriously weaken the f4 square. And, I don't think white will go for that. It's aggressive, but it doesn't have enough firepower to cause black any problem. Okay, let's look at another game. About Ariella Tello. Let's see how she takes back. Oh, have we lost transmission of the DGT?
Yeah, so
It has been on this position forever.
forever. So which board number is this?
This is board 1, under 7 girls.
So we should call the director, the technical. Or maybe
Okay, it appears we have lost the live transmission of the
the 7 girls.
first board in the under 7 and 9 girls. Because we've been at this position quite some time.
So maybe we can try the
Okay.
other one. Can talk about this one?
Simiu Jadon. So this is board 1 of the under 13 Open. We have Simiu Jadon of Kenya and Odokonyero Daniel of Uganda. White seems to be enjoying more active pieces. The knight of c5 is active, the bishop is active.
And it is white's turn to play.
White controls the open file because it's interesting to note that black can never contest this file with a move like rook to d8. The bishop on b6 does a good job of keeping an eye on the d8 square, so it will be very hard for black to contest this file. Yeah, but black's last move is knight h5. So perhaps black wants to jump to this nice square on g3,
With a fork on a bishop.
which can't be defended by a pawn, since the dark squares around the white king seem to be weak. But black doesn't have enough firepower to utilize those weaknesses.
Okay.
White's compensation is massive. Okay. Controls the d file. The white pieces are active. White can always double on the d file whenever he wants.
Okay, maybe I think black wants to jump there next. And now before that one I can, black wants to jump there on G.
Okay, so white takes on e6. Probably has to take back. Queen takes e6.
It is white turn to play.
Yes, white is up a healthy pawn.
Okay, so I think like a good waiting move like c5, preparing for bishop.
Okay, the idea behind the move c5 is to open this diagonal for the bishop.
Sure.
To utilize this diagonal.
Yeah.
See, this is a dangerous recipe. The queen and the king are on the same diagonal, and white has a light squared bishop.
Yeah.
So c5 is a very strong candidate. Not only will white be threatening bishop to c4, but he's also bolstering the bishop on b6, which does a nice job of guarding the d8 square, making sure that the white queen is comfortable on the d file. So white is up a healthy pawn, and it's also a pawn majority on the queen side.
Sure.
3 versus 2. So if somehow this position would simplify, I think white would win this endgame comfortably. Okay. Simply push the queen side pawns, create a passed pawn on the c file, promote it, and just win the game. Okay. So white opts for simplification, wants to simplify into the endgame. Of course, black wants to avoid capturing because they take on a6, white simply takes, and now they have a protected passed pawn. And this is just too much for black. At the same time, it's forcing this knight to make a decision. So probably black is going to avoid that queen trade.
What about if take?
Okay, after black takes on d5, they could take with the e pawn, but the idea is to take this way so that the rook on f1 can have access to the c file after this move. Perhaps the rook will go to c1, followed by rook to c7, after the knight moves to safety. So that's the whole idea.
So I think white is trying to apply the the rich man's rule. Just simplify.
Rule of the rich, simplify when you're ahead.
Yeah, just simplify.
Simplify when you're ahead.
You don't
Go to an end game with a pawn majority on the queen side,
Sure.
create a passed pawn on the c file, and win the game.
Win the game.
That is white's
You
plan.
don't have to create more problems for yourself because you have
It's a solid plan. This one, Simi Jadon is winning this one. So black has finally managed to, this is back to under 11 open. Manyeki Nathaniel of Kenya versus Chandarana, Madagascar. Black has finally managed to complete development. They fianchettoed the bishop and contested the c file. Again, the way Manyeki has handled this knight has been a bit questionable. The knight was on a3, now it has ended up on c2. Ideally, the knight would like to be on c3.
I think it's just trying to make the knight to be more active because it was so dormant when it was on a3. So it's activating his knight to a more active square.
Yeah, at least the c2 square is much closer to the center
Sure.
than a3. Let's see how they put. Move the piece, move back a bit. See how the position gets here. So white goes before black prevents
Further
b5.
pushing.
White develops the queen, and the queen to b3. Would it have been better to reroute the knight? Knight f b1 back to c3, or knight b1 back to c2? Because white's position is seems okay. He has a nice pawn presence in the center. The only downside with the white position is this misplaced knight on a3, which somehow should have brought it back into the game. The move like knight b1, knight c3. Sorry,
Maybe
knight b1, knight c3, or knight b1, knight to d2. Okay, but Manyekchi opted for a developing move, just developing the queen into b6, bishop b7, rook e1, queen b6. White could still revert to the plan of rerouting the knight. The knight needs to get back in the game. Like they always say, a knight on the rim is grim.
for sure.
The move like knight b1 followed by knight c3, or knight b1 followed by knight to d2. Okay. So he opts for knight c2 instead. Now, from c2, where's the knight going to go to?
We have
Maybe it wants to go to e3.
e3 is there. E3 is there.
But it can't jump to f5, it's guarded. And
Maybe after
d5 is also out of bounds. Black will just trade it.
Take, take.
So how exactly is this knight going to be improved? Black is slightly better here due to the misplaced knight on c2.
I think it's just going to exchange the knight because after that, after knight a3.
How would he do that?
You have knight. After knight a3, you have this one here. If he takes, going to take back.
So as I was saying, the knight on c2 seems to be misplaced. And I think the knight c2 also makes it quite easy for black to contest the c file. There's only one open file, the c file. And black has easy development. They just put a rook on the c file, either rook a to c8 or rook f to c8. So in the battle for the c file, black comes out ahead due to this clumsy knight on c2. Back to Jessie Fabian. What just happened? Let's step back a few moves. So
Actually,
indeed, white found rook to g3. After thinking for 37 minutes, white took his time. Okay, it's quite an obvious move, not so hard to find. Simply increasing the pressure on g7. So black defends with rook, bishop to f8, and then they take, or white takes on f6. Would it have been stronger to take with the rook? Like the line we previously looked at?
Taking with the rook.
Rook takes f6, And if knight takes f6, and just knight takes f6 with a threat on h7 pawn. Okay, so the king must run this way. Okay, then I will check on this side.
And if the king takes,
If they take the knight, I think there's a mate here. This king is too exposed. The rook cuts him off this way. Perhaps we could go rook to f3, check. Rook f3, king g5, queen e6. Slowly but surely, the king is being reeled into a mating net. It's either going to be here, here, or here. Okay. So starting with the rook was also possible. Okay, knight takes f6, knight takes f6, rook takes f6. E takes d4. So Jessie has made so many pawn moves in this opening, don't you think? He moved the pawn to f6. He moved the pawn to e5. Now he's taking on d4. So many pawn moves with a dangerously exposed king.
that's
So
quite
perhaps
dangerous.
this defensive technique is something that we will need to work on. Just to have some sense of danger. Okay.
Sure.
Instead of taking the pawn on d4, would it have been nicer to play queen to d7, pinning the pawn on d4 and preventing d takes
Maybe
e5.
you overlooked that.
At the same time, it brings the queen much closer to the king side, looking at important squares. Even though white is still objectively better, in situations like this, you usually compare the safety of both kings. So if you compare the safety of the black king versus the safety of the white king, it's clear to see that the white king is much, much safer. Okay? The black king is dangerously exposed, especially since black weakened the king by moving pawns that were on these squares.
And in any case of a back rank, there's a knight to rescue the king.
Yeah, white doesn't need to worry about any back rank issues. The knight can always drop back to G1 to cover the king. So Simiu Jedon, queens have been traded.
So I think white is just taking this one home, definitely.
Yes, it is highly likely that white is winning
White
this
going
one.
to take this one home. So comfortable.
Textbook end game. Convert this majority,
No, for sure.
3 versus 2. Create a passed pawn on the c file and queen it. That's the plan. And if you add to the bishop pair, black is toast in this one. Black can't survive
I
this
call
one.
the bees, killer bees.
Killer bees. So Simiu Jadon absolutely crushes Ugandan Odokonyero.
And I think in this one, it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of time. I think white will walk out with a win here at the end of the game.
I think it's safe to assume this is 1-0.
1-0. Cassidi.
Let's look at Cassidi Zuri. Tough one, this one.
Yeah, this one here, the game is still look more even. More heavy.
So Cassidi, instead of developing the bishop, let's see how the game gets here. So the last time we looked at the position, this was the position after bishop h4. And according to the analysis, it was much simpler to just bring the bishop in, develop a fresh piece while defending f2 at the same time.
Another one was?
Another one was to drop the knight back to f3, block the diagonal, and defend f2 that way. But then Cassidi played pawn to g3. Which was a mistake, weakening the
King side.
squares in front of the king. So they're playing quite quickly. Are they in some kind of time trouble? Let's check the timestamps. They're playing so fast. Why is it not displaying the clock times?
Did we lose any connection?
So lots of simplifications have happened in a very short time. Okay, so white weakened the king by going g3. White didn't play the move bishop a3. Instead, they decided to defend f2 by weakening the pawn, weakening the king with the move like pawn to g3. It's usually a very delicate affair when you move pawns in front of your king. Ideally, when you have the option to defend with a piece or to move a pawn in front of your king, surely a good idea to seriously consider defending with a piece as opposed to moving the pawns in front of your castle king.
Yeah, because you might weaken some squares
Yes,
there.
this move seriously weakens the king. So black countered with pawn to c5, then white took on c6, queen takes, bishop drops back, queen to d5, takes, bishop. So black insists on tickling the pawn on f2.
White defended
Rook
very well.
defends it. Rook d5. And it's very difficult to defend this pawn on d5. I think black was slowly taking over. Why didn't black take this pawn on d5?
And there was no even a fork because white has already lost his light squared bishop. Maybe he's planning for something big.
Yeah, black should have just taken this pawn on d5. I don't know why they didn't take. It's not like there's a tactic somewhere. So black could have gotten her pawn back by taking on d5. I don't understand why she didn't take.
Maybe think at the moment he's saying that there's no way white can defend that pawn, so I think it's just
Yeah, she dropped the bishop back. She dropped the rook back, back to f8.
Now it is white's turn to play.
What do you think black was afraid of if she takes on d5? What can white do?
Since there is no white bishop, white squared bishop, there's nothing much white can do.
There's nothing to be afraid of on this diagonal. So I'm dumbfounded. I don't know why black didn't take on d5. Just to restore the material equality. With a playable position.
Maybe he was enjoying this pain. I mean, that threat of taking there.
There's no pin. There's no pin. The rook can't get trapped. The rook can't get trapped.
I'm on that threat of capturing on that with the tempo.
Yeah, like something like a rook take d5, and then let's see. So the rook has a safe way to get back. It can always go here, and if white takes that square away, this way, the rook can always go here. So it's not easy to trap this rook on the d5 square. Perhaps black was afraid of the rook getting trapped, but it can't get trapped. So white is up a pawn, but the pawn is hard to defend, so it's not exactly easy how to go about it. And also this pawn on f5 is quite weak. It's on a dark square. So perhaps this bishop could in future go this way, and this pawn will be in some pressure.
Sure.
This is relatively balanced. So in a short span, massive exchanges have happened. And now we are staring at an end game with a weak white pawn on d4 and a4. But an extra pawn is an extra pawn anyway. Oh, what an interesting turnaround. A few moves ago, Winnie Kaburo was down an exchange, and suddenly she has managed to equalize. What a turnaround, what a turnaround.
Now the game looks drawish all of a sudden.
Yeah, she's back in the game. She has equalized. Let's see how black gave back the exchange. Let's see how black gave back the exchange. So black castle, knight c3, they went queen to c7, pinning the knight on c3 to the bishop on c2. Okay. Then,
So the queen had to move.
White plays queen e2. She was threatening to take here with check. So black decides to defend with the queen. White moved the king out of the way, king to g1, preventing a potential queen trade, maybe with a move like queen to b5 in case the knight on c3 moves. So rook e8, yeah, this is how black blunders with rook to e8. And suddenly, boom, bishop f4.
What a pain. Suffering a relative pain.
It's a skewer. Okay. And white gets up, rook back. So she's back in the game. She's back in the game.
So black just blundered there.
Okay. That's a welcome move for Team Kenya. I'm sure Team Kenya must be breathing a sigh of relief right now. Winnie Kaburo just escaped from the jaws of a crocodile. From a lost position into an equal position. I think she might just grind this one.
Okay.
It's relatively equal, but Kaburo can be very tenacious sometimes. She might just grind this one out. I'm sure this move has boosted our confidence. Being an exchange down, suddenly
Equalize.
black gifts you this nice move, bishop to a4, giving back the exchange.
So suddenly.
And suddenly black has to fight all over again. Yeah, this could go either way. Okay, let's move back to Manyeki Nathaniel. So the A file has been opened. So Manyeki managed to play A4, took on B5, A takes B5. Now there are two open files on the board. The C file and the A file. Okay, White's still enjoying a nice central pawn presence, but sometimes it's usually very difficult to decide which one to push forward. Do we go D5 or do we go E5 at some point?
I would prefer d5 because d5 is now locked.
White should probably improve this misplaced knight, maybe with a move like knight to A3, anticipating black doubling rooks on the C file.
In the coming future.
So a sample variation could go something like knight E3, but if you play knight E3, that's what Manyeki plays. Manyeki plays knight E3. So some of our viewers might be wondering, but isn't this pawn hanging? It's attacked twice. And it's defended only once. Can black take it?
Capture it. Capture.
Or is it poison?
This pawn over here.
Manyeki is very sharp tactically. So sometimes when it might seem like he's blundering a pawn, you really need to check thoroughly in order to not to fall into melee battle. Okay, suppose black tries to grab a pawn this way, they automatically goes takes, queen takes,
Then now
bishop takes, knight takes, and then this is the move, queen to d5, creating a double attack on the knight and the rook. And the black is lost. So the pawn is immune. The pawn on d5 is immune.
So probably taking it won't be a best option.
Definitely, black should not touch that pawn. It's a relatively small combination. I think a 1500 can calculate that one.
Yeah, they can. They can. They can. They have been doing puzzles. They can do it. What about if you take it with the knight?
That of course, if you are Team Kenya, you want black to take. You want black to take on e4.
Okay.
that will be good for Team Kenya.
Sure.
This move, knight e3, shows a very sharp, Manyeki has a sharp eye for tactics. Okay, just putting the knight on a much better square where it's controlling important squares. It's much closer to the center. At the same time, it sets a very nasty trap.
Turning this one here.
It sets a very nasty trap. Black should avoid the e4 pawn like the plague.
Sure.
Okay, back to our game. Simiyu Jedon versus Dokonyero of Uganda. The game has progressed into the endgame. Simiyu Jedon displaying impressive endgame technique.
Sure.
The pawn on d5 is weak, so the black pieces are quite passive. The best they can do is defend the weak backward pawn on e5. White is increasing the pressure on the weak e5 pawn. At the same time, white has ideas like
D5.
b5, takes. Then white will get connected passed pawns. This is resignable, but obviously Odokonyero will fight to the bitter end. White must work for the point.
Kesho ndo maybe tunaweza piga sherehe. Leo sioni kama watu watapiga sherehe. 28 tukimaliza.
b5 is coming. What is black going to do about the plan of b5? He can't take because white will get connected passed pawns on b5 and c5.
And the only option he has
And if he ignores white will take, they take with the king. White will have an outside passed pawn, which will be a huge headache for the black king.
I think the next move.
So black is in sort of some kind of zugzwang. They can't prevent b5. They can't move the knight because the e5 pawn will fall.
How many games are still going on?
That is Rialatello. What? Rialatello. He's losing. What just happened? One of Kenya's favorites in the under-7 category is in a lost position. She's down queen.
And now this one white is taking home.
Yeah, she blunders with rook to g6. Oh my god, this is unfortunate.
Now that's a check.
Yeah, black is down a queen. No compensation whatsoever. This one is over. White is winning.
White is winning.
White is winning.
There's another check. Even if he blocks, there's also another check.
Yes.
He survived all of
White
that.
is winning this one. Yeah, routinely Simiyu Jadon wins. Looks like black has resigned. There was no way to prevent this and keep the backward e5 pawn defended at the same time. So that was a nice technical victory by Simiyu Jadon. Definitely one of the favorites to win the event. Back to the game, Jessie Fabian, Sauti Lisuku and Jessie Fabian. So the game has progressed. Jessie has been forced to give up his queen. Do we move back a few moves? See how we got here. So when we left, this was the position. Black took on d4 instead of improving the queen with queen to d7. And white seems to be adding more fuel into the fire. The queen finally gets to the king side to aid in the defense, but it's too little too late. White gives a check, the king runs to the corner, and this is where black drops a queen. The pawn is pinned, can't take the knight. It's a double attack on the king and the queen. This is where black loses the queen. Takes, check. I have to give up the queen first. So black has lost this one.
And it is white's turn to play. I think definitely white is.
So black has got a rook and a bishop versus a queen.
And a rook.
That is not enough. The rook and bishop can't do much. They can't cause. There will be no trouble for the queen. This one is over.
And at the same time,
white is winning.
White's turns to play. I think now white's just banking on exchanging the pieces.
The queen is a much powerful piece. Much more powerful than the rook and the bishop. Black has a passed pawn, but it's not going anywhere. The rook is nicely positioned behind the passed pawn. Even if black was magically able to trade on d5 and put the rook on d8, it still wouldn't be enough, putting the rook behind the passed pawn to support the pawn's advance. Okay. But the problem with this plan is that it's just too slow. This bishop would have to go to f6, then you would have to take here, then they take here, then this rook would come here to d8, defended by the bishop on f6, and both breathing some life into the passed pawn, which could cause problem for white. But that plan is just too slow. With an exposed black king such as this, the white queen will run rampage all over the board. So this one is basically over for black. So white plays the move pawn to g3, just creating a highway for the king to join the attack. And just like in Simiu's game, white has a queenside pawn majority, 3 versus 2. So even if black was able to exchange a pair of rooks, he would still have to worry about this pawn majority. A passed pawn will appear on the c file at some point. So I'd say this one, Sauti Lisuku wins.
That's a Zambian international. He has a better match-winning position. It's just a matter of converting.
Just a matter of converting. But of course, with the rating of 1930,
sure,
I don't think white will have trouble converting this one. So this one is lost for Team Kenya. Let's move on to the high stakes clash between Cassidi and Zuri.
They deserve it. They deserve it.
Asante. Asante.
Okay, so Cassidi burning some time on this position. Buita So just like we had predicted, Ariela Telo was lost.
Where is it?
So did Black resign?
Umetulia je siku hizi? Kama ni kazi mingi.
There must be a problem with the transmission. On the live broadcast, it was showing Rook F8, and now it's showing Rook to takes D5. So Black did take on D5. Black didn't play Rook F8, as shown on the transmission board.
I think there's a technical hitch there.
Definitely a technical hitch. Yeah, the moves are moving so quickly. There's a problem with transmission. So it appears black is winning. There's a problem with transmission. Yeah, Azuri has taken this one. She's up a pawn. Farouk is very active on the 7th rank. The white pawn on C2 is weak. The white rook on C1 is passive. It has to defend the weak pawn on C2. Yeah. Zuri is likely to convert this one. You don't want to have such a passive rook in a rook endgame. Rooks don't like to babysit weak pawns. They prefer to be out there, generating counterplay. But the rook on C1 is stuck, babysitting the pawn on C2. White will need a miracle to survive this one.
Maybe not a good move, but maybe if you are, let's say,
Yeah, she has to play something. She has to seek some kind of counterplay.
I'm suggesting a move.
Other than pawn to G4. What else is there? Maybe you
Another
could move,
thing, maybe
you could move the king to E3. You could move the pawn to H4.
So another move I'm saying there, maybe you can move the rook to F1, preparing king to E.
You can't go rook F1 because you lose the pawn on C2.
But by banking on hopes, which really won't work here. Yeah. Maybe you are threatening a discovered attack on the king with a check. You play rook D1, you are preparing a discovered attack there.
Yeah, try a discovered attack this way, but black will just take, and the king is just too far from the rook.
Sure.
So this idea definitely won't work. If the rook was on D2, maybe you could play king to E3, discovered check, and then you pick off the rook.
Sure.
But the rook will just be too far from the king. So white is lost in this one. Ideally, in rook endgames, it always comes down to activity of the rook in combination with the king, but it's mostly about the rook.
Now, when I hold rook 5 points, being given a job of protecting a small pawn, then
on C2.
It's quite saddening.
It's a sad situation for the white rook.
Maybe you can go for a push of B3.
So Zuri finishes the day with maximum points after crushing two formidable opponents back to back. First Shukri and now Cassidi. That's a clear indication that she's on form.
She's on form.
If she keeps this up, she might just run away with this top prize. So after this round, she'll be the only one with maximum points. I don't know who is going to stop her. The people who supposedly thought might have stopped her were Cassidi and Shukri, and she has demonstrated that she's taking no prisoners in this opponent.
Has he played with any foreigner? I think it's too early to judge.
It's too early to judge.
We have 4 rounds.
Okay,
to go.
the closest contender is probably Fantalis is playing on board 2 with 3.5 points.
Sure.
So if Fantalis beats Boiler, Margaret, then theoretically she could meet Kaloki Zuri in round 6.
Round 6.
You never know. You never know. If we knew the result of the round 2, then perhaps we would have some context.
I think with that board, the technical hitch is yet to be restored.
So Zuri is keeping it simple, playing solid, keeping the king side closed, not giving white any chance of counterplay with a move like h takes g4, king takes g4, and the king gets into the game. Okay. So she's keeping it simple. She's going for a slow squeeze.
It's just trying to keep the king out of the game. You know, with the end game, kings are much important.
Yes, perhaps she'll improve the king this way. The king will get to more active squares. Meanwhile, white has no counterplay. The rook is stuck defending the weak pawn on c2. And now that black has played h4, suddenly we have a new weakness on h3. So this king will forever be stuck here on the king side, defending this pawn. Because if the king ever tries to leave, the rook will switch. Instead of attacking the c2 pawn, it will go to h2, put some pressure on the h3 pawn. So it's very difficult for white to defend this one.
So I think at the end of the game, black will pan out in this
Perhaps
game.
they can try for some counterplay with king to e4, but then just king e6, and there's no way the white king is entering into the black position. So all avenues of counterplay are covered. The black king is covering important entry squares, f5, by going to e6, the rook on the 7th rank, putting pressure on the weak c2 pawn.
So maybe I think white can play b3, maybe go for some pawn exchange. And
What, c3?
b3. I mean c3, not b3. Sorry.
Yeah, c3 in an attempt to seek counterplay.
To say counterplay. So I think I treat that one like out of desperation move.
Yeah. Maybe white plays c3. Then they go into d3 with a double attack on c3 and f3. And white is dropping a pawn. So c3 is out of the question because of the check on d3. Kaburo Winnie's looks like she has escaped with a draw after being an exchange down, then getting the exchange back.
I can guess this draw was based on mutual agreement.
Yeah, but it was well deserved. It was well deserved. She was,
Sometimes if you can't squeeze a win,
she was so close to
losing it.
She was so close to becoming a disaster. Okay. A draw is always better than a loss. Okay, so Kaburo Winnie has settled for a draw against Uganda's
Namibia.
Wanguta, Namibia. Okay. So white decides to go for counterplay with the king, but the problem is thanks to the move h4, which fixed the pawn on h3. Now it's very difficult to defend. So the king stops the white king from gaining any entry. All entry points are covered. White is still stuck with the weakness on c2 and h3. White is about to drop a pawn here. Yeah, this is resignable. So Zurich Loki. Demolishes 2 giants in a single day.
Sure.
What do you have to say about that?
He's in for a big match. She's in.
Yeah, she's clearly the favorite now. If she maintains this form, she might just take it. So Cassidi has dropped a pawn. So she chose to go for counterplay. Well, the counterplay is too slow. Oh, black has a passed pawn here. The pawn on c2 is about to fall as well with a move like rook to h2 to c2, or even rook to c3 to c2. There's also the intermediate check, d5, which forces the king back because she finds it.
And now discovered attack is going to be happening there.
So Zuri is showing excellent technique in this endgame. She has forced a transition into a king and pawn endgame. And with this protected passed pawn, it's game over, it's game over. We can definitely say black has won this one. White will probably resign a few more moments from now. So Zuri is going into round 6 with 5 points.
Round 6, 5 points.
She's likely to meet the winner on board 2. Do we have the results? Yes?
3 more games to go.
Yes.
So she has maximum.
5 out of 5. The only one with 5 out of 5. So she increases her lead by half a point. Half a point ahead of our closest rival. Which will be determined on board 2 and 3. It's mathematically possible that if Bella Nashpai wins on board 3, she might meet Zuri in round 6. Another very strong girl that Zuri will need to contend with. So this is a basic king and pawn endgame. The white king is stuck inside the square of this black pawn. Okay. So the white king is imprisoned inside this square. Meanwhile, the black king is free to move, eat this pawn, then promote this pawn. Basic textbook endgame.
Yeah, okay.
So this one is done and dusted. Loki Zuri beats Elizabeth Cassidi in round 4. In round 5. Okay, Jessie Fabian still hanging on for dear life, but the position is technically lost. So black has managed to trade a pair of rooks. So now it's just a rook and a bishop against a queen. But the passed pawn on c6 is too strong.
So also this one, technically, you can see white is taking this one home.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Black can give a few checks, but the king will hide nicely on h3, and then the c pawn will promote. The passed pawn on d3 just doesn't offer enough counterplay. It just can't. So Sauti Lisuku of Zambia takes this one.
Sauti.
What a coincidence. Sauti is Swahili for sound.
Uh-huh.
And if that's anything to go by, this performance has been loud.
Sure.
Sauti creates a loud performance. Just like they say, thunder does not beg to be heard.
Yeah.
So Jessie Fabian has definitely heard the thunder.
Of course.
There has to be a mate here.
Sure.
Two queens on the board and no shelter for the black king. There must be a checkmate here.
For sure.
But probably Sauti will want to keep the position simple.
Okay. I think another logical move instead of queen c2 was just to play queen c3, threatening checkmate.
Let's see how Jessie responds.
Sauti won.
So Loki Zuri wins, beats Elizabeth Cassidi.
That's the camera.
Okay. So this is the under 11 open. Manyeki Nathaniel versus Chandarana of Madagascar. Oh, black took the bait. Black took the bait. Black took the bait.
It fell for the trap.
Knight takes e4. Yeah, Manyeki offers you pawn, don't take pawn.
And
Should
he
be a
went,
slogan.
Sure.
So black took the bait. And lost a piece. Yeah. So you give the picks back for a couple of pawns.
Now, if you take here, there's an undiscovered check.
The
So you
idea
can't
is if checks, you take here with check. And
Is there any
whenever
way to
the king
survive
goes,
this?
it's mate in
a
two.
mate, yeah, sure.
Okay, because this rook is coming here. Okay. So as much as he's giving back the piece, you can't accept it.
Sure.
This one is over. Very sharp eye for tactic, this kid. This kid Manyeki Nathaniel. He's a very sharp eye for tactics. So under 15 girls, Loki Zuri is leading after 5 rounds with maximum points, 5 out of 5. Beating 2 strong players back to back. And in the under 11 Open, under 11 Open is still contentious. Still about 6 people with
Maximum.
heading into round 5. You had 6 people with 4 points. So theoretically, so theoretically we'll head into round 6 with 3 people having maximum points.
It will be more interesting to see how.
Unless we know more about the results of board 2 and 3. Okay. So Manyeki takes the lead with 5 points. We don't know what transpires in board 2 and 3. We'll know shortly. And then on the under 9 and 7 girls, Ariela Tello, one of the favorites, has just been upset by Iyalo Humutumwa
Namibian
of
international.
Namibia after Arielo made a blunder and lost her queen.
He doesn't have a rating.
Yes?
That Namibian doesn't have a rating.
You are the African champion. Second round. First round.
So we've lost transmission with Adriel Baraka's game. This is under 9 Open.
I need you to say that. Let me get the mic.
Okay, looks like black is taking this one home. This is the under 17 girls. 12 Jepchirchir on the white side versus Angel Kagambi on the black side. Black is up a piece, so black should win this one comfortably. White's hope lies solely on the passed pawn on a7, but is nicely blockaded by the knight on a8. So black simply improves the position of the king, keeping an eye on the d5 and the f5 square, which are potential entry points for the white king. So if Kagambi wins this one, she'll be on maximum points, 5 out of 5. She's also another favorite to win the event. So far, going into this game, Mutwal Jepchirchir and Angel Kagambi were the only players with maximum points, 4 points each. And from this position, looks like the game is decisive. It's hard to argue against an advantage of a whole piece. Black is up a piece. So is black going to passively defend the pawn on c7 or go for counterplay with king to c5, king to f5? Or she goes for rook c7. Keeping things nice and solid. When you're ahead, you don't complicate, you keep it simple. But it will be interesting to see how black untangles in this position, because she needs to keep an eye on the pawn on a7. At the same time, she needs to generate some counterplay, maybe create a passed pawn. It's not very clear how black is going to create a passed pawn in this position.
Because of that pawn on f4.
Yes, perhaps the king could somehow... I think white might just end up in Zugzwang in this one. Preventing the black king from accessing the important entry square f5. But white is not going to keep white. White is not going to keep black as at bay for long. Yeah, king f6 seems to complicate the win.
With that one,
it would have been much better to create some entry points for the king by going with a move like pawn to g6, and white would have to make a decision. Take, and then now what? If he moves the rook, let's say a move like rook to b6, then black goes king f6, perhaps hinting at ideas of g5. At any time the white king gets to b8, black will simply take the a7 pawn. So white's entire hope of saving this position depends entirely on the passed pawn on a7, which is firmly blockaded for now. Okay.
now at this point, it's black to play.
Black needs to come up with a plan how to break through.
Opening ceremony.
So it seems like black has backpedaled. A few moves earlier, the black king was on the 6th rank, or 3rd rank for black. And a few moves later, the king has backpedaled, and now the position. This is now very difficult to convert. I don't know what black's idea is. Perhaps she wants to go king c8, put the king here to release the rook to cause problems elsewhere.
Okay.
But this caveman approach has a serious flaw in it. White could simply go h6, forcing white to take. And then suddenly white has a passed pawn, which she can use for counterplay. Okay. See, black is up a piece, but it's on the corner of the board. So what benefit is it bringing black?
It's high time. It's like it's dead. It is of no use.
Yeah, so black's position has deteriorated. Perhaps she wasn't playing with as much energy as she should have. Even if you have an extra piece, the game is still not going to win itself. Still have to work hard, because when your opponent is at a disadvantage, that's when they are most dangerous. So this plan of h6, forcing black to make a decision about this pawn, and then white getting a passed f pawn, which she can use for counterplay. A very dangerous plan. I think black has overlooked it. Seems like black has overlooked it when she has played king to d7.
I think it is high time black should consider rerouting the knight. And with that one, there is no perfect square for the knight at the moment, because b6 is well covered by the pawn. So I think you can maybe play a waiting move like rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8 is playable. Perhaps go this way and activate the rook this way.
Giving root for the knight.
Or even rook this way. Sure. But the immediate threat is just this pawn, h6. And no matter what black does, white gets a passed pawn. And this generates some problems for black. It's almost like the knight is not on the board.
Yeah.
So it's almost like it's a rook endgame. Yeah, this is very difficult for black to win. This is very difficult for black to win. Okay. Sometimes to realize an advantage, you need to press forward as opposed to consolidating or stepping backward. So if you go a few moves back, you'll notice how black's moves. Okay, so here, black makes a good move. She improves the king, moving the king towards the center, keeping an eye on both of these squares. So the white king can't access those squares. And then we move forward a few moves. This is where black starts to backpedal. Here, black is still really better. So she starts to backpedal. She moves the king to f6. White pushes the pawn. Then black backpedals.
Yes, maintaining the position.
Then black backpedals. So the king has gone from here, and back here. So what has black achieved? What has black achieved?
Nothing.
The king is back where it started.
Yeah.
Okay. So black has lost too much time with the king. This is very difficult to win. This is very difficult to win.
So the game is back to even position.
Yeah, I wouldn't say even. A piece is still a piece. He has an extra piece, but it's not doing anything.
So it's better like a dead piece.
It's not doing much. The king has gone on an expedition trip, going to e6, f6, e7, back to where it started. So black's position has not improved. It has actually deteriorated. But she's still up a piece, but it's very difficult to convert.
Let's see if white...
It's not easy. It's not clear how black is going to create a passed pawn, or to bring this knight into the game.
So I think, let's see if white will see the move h6.
Very strong move. Creating a passed pawn on the f file. Very strong. Very strong idea. I think black overlooked it when she went king to d7.
Maybe Black thought that the game is over, but it's still far from over.
Yeah, even with an extra piece, still the game can't win itself. You still have to fight really hard. Okay, let's take a glance at how the other games progress. Chessboard 2 under 17 girls.
Sure.
Grace Mboya, Lily versus Erika Muturi. Both of these players are on 3.5 points. But Black has just found a strong move, knight to d5, increasing the pressure on the pawn on e3, which is paid to the king. And it's surprisingly awkward to defend, because if white was to try a natural move like rook to e2, the rook seems to be overloaded. It's guarding the pawn on e3 and also guarding the bishop on g2. Could black transpose into a rook endgame with a move like knight takes here, rook takes e3, and rook takes h2. The problem is that in this line, there's a problem down the e file. White could immediately utilize the pin with a move like f5. So white still has some drawing chances, but this line is also better for black.
So there is an annoying pin here in a3.
Yeah, this pin is quite annoying.
It's quite annoying.
This pin along this rank, third rank.
Are you able to just...
Now there is also a rush against time. Both sides have very minimal time left. We have 2 minutes and some seconds. Black
A
has
long
4
way from
minutes.
the time control of 40 moves in 2 hours. So I think time travel could be a factor in some of the decisions that will be made in this game.
Sure.
Okay, let's check out the other boards.
Okay.
Oh, white goes rook to e2, king d7, bishop f1. So basic, white falls for basic beginner's tactic. She moves the bishop to g1 to defend the e3 pawn, but she's forgetting that the pawn on e3 is still pinned. So black simply wins a pawn with knight takes f4 pawn. Not just a pawn. Black wins an exchange. The double attack on the king and the rook. So this one is over.
This one is over.
Rika Muturi board 2. Clearly wins this one.
Quite
should be an
interesting that she's still fighting for.
This should be an easy win for black. Yeah. This one is over. This one is over. Rika Muturi wins this one. She will be heading into round 6 with 4.5 points. Just half a point shy of the leader. Assuming that board 1 is decisive.
Sure.
Board 1 between Mutual Jepchirchir and Angel Kagame. If it ends in a draw, then the contention it gets wide open. It will be hard to predict. But whoever wins on board 1 will definitely meet Erika in round 6. So this one is over. Even Alpha Zero can't save this as white.
This one has run out of control for the white side. He just has to do the most honorable thing, resigning.
Black has a whole rook and a knight.
But maybe you want to dice like a soldier.
Yeah, that's an option.
That's an option. You don't surrender to the opponent.
You
go
play to the
down
bitter
with-
end till
Sure.
you get checkmated.
Yeah. Doesn't it?
You're live.
So at this position, I can quickly say that
You see, black has just blundered a queen.
Yeah,
Could
black
this
has
be a
just
problem with the transmission?
I don't know, but I don't think so.
Black has just blundered the queen.
According to their rating, this move doesn't make sense
Yeah, this move doesn't make sense.
because it doesn't even look like a sacrifice. At
This
the
is
same
definitely a problem with the transmission. There's no way black is just going to hang a queen with queen to e8. So this one is not clear. The transmission is not clear. There's no way a 1900 player
because
can
it's
blunder a
telling
queen
us
this
that
easily.
white is down some seconds here. I think there's a problem with this one. Definitely, there will be a problem with this one.
Okay, let's look at another one.
Now this one is Yan of South Africa versus Amit of Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
The 17 was. I think it's
This is under 17 open board 2. Wailun Yan of South Africa versus Amit of Zimbabwe. Board 2 under 17 open. A relatively calm position, even though black has some chronic weaknesses due to these double sets of double pawns. But with most of the pieces traded, I think white is as marginally better.
even though the game looks even at the moment, but white is yet to make a move.
Black has going for counterplay with the move f5.
White is yet to make a move. You can see there's a
White can easily ignore, just improve the position with a move like the bishop takes g6 or bishop e4 to challenge this bishop.
at the same time improving the.
Because if they take on g6, black has some chances after a takes b3, a takes b3, and then the rook gets in, rook a1, and the rook is generating some counterplay. So probably white does not want to allow that.
Okay.
And instead try to go into.
Let me check the board there.
Okay.
White could try to take his chances in a rook endgame by going.
So capturing on capturing
to-
on f4 will be bad because it will allow the rook to come down. Another rook will be more active. The white rook, I mean the black rook. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Even after this, black does not even need to check to take him on e4 immediately. Black could simply make this in between move, and now white has no time to take on c6 because after rook takes or even the pawn, either rook takes a2 or pawn takes a2, and the passed pawn will decide the game.
Unacheza black.
So back to the game, Mutual Jepchirchir versus Angel Kagambi. Black has somehow managed to regroup, releasing the knight from his prison on a8. But at what cost?
We can take some moves back. We see what transpired through them.
Let's see how the game transpires.
Okay.
Okay, so Black's plan was to go the king this way so that they can release the knight from the corner. So finally, White managed to play the move h6, but it doesn't have quite as the same effect as it would have when the black rook was still on c7. The difference is very clear.
Sure.
On c7, the rook was passive, but on d5, the rook is very active. So Black has managed to transform the position. I think now Black is winning.
Sure.
The position has really changed. A few moves ago, the knight was passive on a8. The rook was passive on c7. But now, suddenly, the pieces have come to life. The rook is putting pressure on c5 and f5. White is lost here. White is lost. White should have sought counterplay the moment she had the chance to play pawn to h6, followed by creating a passed pawn on the f file.
Now I think that move h6.
Yeah, right now it's not,
it's not
as effective as it would have been.
Earlier before.
So if you compare the difference in the time, it's like Black was playing relatively quickly. She has 1 hour left on her clock, and White only has 12 minutes.
Sure.
So Black has all the time in the world to squeeze this one.
And with the benefit of no doubt, I think Black is going to take this one home. These ones look quite easy for him. And it is its turn to play.
So if Angel Kagambi wins this one, if she wins this one, she's clear half a point ahead of her closest rival. Her closest rival is currently Erika Mumbi, who has just won her game. And now she's at 4.5 points. If Angel Kagambi wins this one, she'll have 5 points. Half a point ahead of Erika Mumbi. They are likely to meet. That will be an interesting clash. But she still has a lot of hard work to do in this one. Trying to deal with White's counterplay, at the same time keeping an eye on the White passed pawn. So Black is much, much better, thanks to the extra piece. But the knight is not as active as it would like.
To be?
It's also temporarily stuck on c7. It has to stay on c7 to prevent the a pawn from promoting.
Sure. So what
So
do
the
you
only piece left to generate counterplay is the rook.
the rook is-
Currently, the c5 pawn is protected.
But all in all, I think it's just taking. White, black is going to take this one home. Black is going to take this one home.
Yeah, here perhaps it's good to keep it simple.
Just
Simply
capture that one
just take on h6.
to avoid.
Take on h6. Then suppose white pushes the passed pawn. They could give a check here to either force the king to block his own pawn or to approach the rook. They approach the rook with a move like king to d6. Then black simply wins the pawn with rook e6. Double attack. The double attack on the king and the pawn. Okay. And if after this check, what else can white try? If they go the king this way, trying to stay out of the path of the passed pawn. Black would put the rook behind the passed pawn, forcing the king to come back this way to defend the pawn. And then there's this interesting intermediate check. If the king goes to d7,
And now the pawn is gone.
the king can blockade the pawn nicely. Once the pawn is safely blockaded, and now the pawn on f6 falls, and black is winning. So the lines are not relatively hard to spot. Angel has 55 minutes on the clock.
So she still have the whole 55
She has
minutes
time.
to
She
think.
has
Think
time to
about it.
she has time to figure
So
it out.
definitely, she's
The
gonna
idea,
get the good move.
the idea is to keep it clean. The idea is to keep it clean. Simply take on h6, then pile up pressure on the f pawn. That's the plan. Yeah, she took the pawn. G takes h6, f6, rook to e5 check. This is a tough one.
Jambo Kenya.
White has surprisingly found himself in a lost rook endgame. Almost similar to the situation in Cassidi versus Zuri game we just looked at. So the black rook is active, putting pressure on the weak pawn on a2, while the white rook is passive, babysitting the weak pawn on a2. So white is banking all his hopes on
The passed pawn.
pushing this pass pawn down the board.
Mimi tangu tulifanyaga ile ya nini ile.
So black still has a lot of time to figure out his moves.
I was talking long. Then Peter long.
These are very technical rook endgame.
You can see
The rook endgames are some of the hardest to play.
black has double pawn, two double pawns
A minor inaccuracy can seriously alter the evaluation of the position.
and change the position.
One moment you are winning, even though the win is very difficult to spot. The next moment, it's a draw. Or even worse, you are losing.
Any logical move for black here? Should the black improve the position of the king?
Perhaps rook a3 check to force the king to make a decision, because going up the board will be very dangerous. It might find itself into some mating net. Okay, let's say black goes rook a3 check, black goes king e4. Then black goes g4 with the idea of creating a path for the king
For the king to maneuver.
to go to the king side. Meanwhile, if white tries to dash the pawn down the board as quickly as he can, then black has this very strong move, creating some interference, disconnecting the rook and the pawn. And this move, rook c3, is very easy to overlook, but it's surprisingly very effective against this passed pawn. So pushing the passed pawn down the board is not an option. Let's say white tries something like rook to b2, put pressure on the pawn on b2. Black can improve his position with a move like rook to f3, increasing the pressure on the weak pawn on f2. And now the rook has switched from putting pressure to the a2 pawn to putting pressure on the f2 pawn. So in these lines, white never really has time to push this pawn down the board, because he seems to lack the tempo. Taking on b4 also doesn't work. Black takes on f2. And the black pawn is just 3 steps from promoting, while white pawn is 1, 2, 3, 4 moves away from promotion.
So definitely black has a better position in this.
Black is winning this one. Also, the white king is nicely cut off from the passed pawn on g4. So these lines, they don't favor white at all. Black would need to play this check first to force the white king to make a decision. Oh, Angel Gambi has just thrown away the win. Angel Kagambi has thrown away the win. She just made the win extremely difficult. Now this pawn on h7 is permanently weak.
And the passed
And
pawn
white
tries
has a
to-
passed pawn. So she's putting her hopes on this passed pawn. But is that really enough to cause any problems for...
I don't think so. I don't think so. Black will
cause any
neutralize
problems
that one.
for black, for white? Yeah, it would have been much cleaner to take on h6. It would have been much cleaner to take on h6.
And now white has pushed the pawn. White has played f6.
Yes, I think this pawn, the passed pawn on f6 generates enough counterplay to hold the
Only
balance.
2 squares to promote.
I think black underestimated the power of this pawn. Only 2 steps from promoting. Both the king and the knight are stuck, preventing white's a pawn from queening. And if the rook decides to go behind the passed pawn, white will simply push.
Now black has just given a check with the rook. Now we have rook e5 check. Now white has a decision to make, whether to blockade his own pawn.
Black will probably try something like rook f5. Rooks belong behind passed pawns. Followed by pushing the g pawn down the board. So
Now
black
rook
needs how
f5.
many moves to promote? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. White needs 1, 2, 3. So at some point, the rook or the black rook will be forced to give itself up for the white passed pawn.
I still believe white can pull something back here.
White or black?
White now. I'm seeing it.
Full what? A draw?
Or even a win.
White can't win this one.
Wait
If,
first.
it's any, if anything, I think it is.
Also hanging.
I think it is white. Black who is playing for a win. Come on, black is up a piece.
Black is but
Black is up a piece. That can't be ignored. It's white who is fighting for a draw here.
it is black turn to play. So if you play something like rook f5.
If rook f5, king g7, followed by pushing the pawn down the board.
Yeah.
Also, black has his own passed pawn to use for counterplay.
But definitely
The position is dynamically balanced, but it's very hard to play. I think black compromised her chances when she failed to take on h6.
yeah. Definitely, black played the check, and this is under 17.
The white king is forced to make a decision. So move up or to move down. To go up or down.
He has 9 minutes, 8 minutes to think about that move.
So white could be in some kind of time pressure. They already passed the time control. White is left with 8 minutes on the clock.
Cherona kuna 2 winning pawns.
Hi, Coach Steve.
So Wailunian is trailing both positionally and on the clock. He's in a tough spot. He has a passed pawn on the c file, but it's a long way from promotion. The king needs to make a decision. Go up the board or down the board.
Because he's also running out of time. Only 6 minutes left for the white king to make a decision.
Amit Bodapati. He knows he has cornered white. Gets up, takes a stroll. He has a time advantage and a positional advantage. White is in a tough spot here. Pondering how to pull a rabbit out of a hat with less than 5 minutes to go. White is heading into serious time pressure territory now. Less than 4 minutes on the clock. Okay, let's dive back into the under 17 girls.
Angela Kagambi.
Oh my God, Black just blundered. What a turnaround, what a turnaround. From being up a piece to fighting for a draw, oh my God. Things have just slipped out of Angels Kagambi's hands. She was so close, so close. This is a shocking turn of events.
Sure.
Black was up a piece. All she had to do was consolidate her position.
Now White is made to think, yeah?
Suddenly, the passed pawn is too strong.
Only 2 squares to promotion. So if you push, I queen, definitely. If I push, you push. No, I can't queen.
Oh, what a sad turn of events. What a sad turn of events.
I have to bring my rook down now.
What a sad turn of events.
After pushing that one, if Black tries to push, the pawn down, I'll just bring it down.
Mutual Chepchirchir has just fought tooth and nail to salvage. She has done more than salvage.
Sure.
She has come from a piece down, managed to miraculously use the F pawn to generate counterplay.
I think here I'll just promote. This is a check. Right. If I promote to a queen, you promote. Oh, you are promoting with a check.
Yeah, Black is banking on promoting with check.
Check. So I think the rook definitely should come down. The rook should come down. Knight is even.
Yeah, this was hard to spot. This was hard to spot. Sometimes they say, if your opponent is preventing you from doing something, okay, White would like to promote on f8, but again, she has to contend with also Black promoting with check. So an important question she needed to ask herself, what if I promote anyway? Promote,
Then they
queen,
promote.
and then Black promotes with check.
Then check.
So there's this move, king takes h7.
There is a check.
And surprisingly, Black doesn't have a lot of checks. They could give a check on b1. The king goes to h8. Where are the checks?
No more checks. And this
Black has run out of checks. If they do this, simply sacrifice the queen, they take, and then we promote with check. Then it's game over. It's mate here. They go king c7, rook a7, and the mate to follow shortly.
And this one here, then mate.
So it's a relatively, the line is not easy to see.
And at this position, you might be fine. You might be
Psychologically,
that Black might pull it back again. You might be surprised.
Psychologically, it's very hard to allow your opponent to promote with check, but it was the only way for White to clinch this match. Rook a1 loses unnecessary tempo. She needed to promote. Queen f8 check. They promote with check. King takes h7. Queen b1 check. And now the key move is king to h8. And suddenly, Black does not have any check. White is threatening to promote with check. Black does not have any check. So perhaps this is the move that White overlooked. King to h8, which secures the win. She misses
under
it.
time pressure. might not be able to see it.
She misses it and goes rook to
So what's the
A1.
best move here for black?
I don't know, black
Black
could give a
has a
check here,
check
put the
to
king,
protect
the rook
the-
behind the passed pawn.
Sure.
Then after king takes h7, white is threatening to promote, so the rook has to go back to f5. Okay, then the king comes back to g8, again threatening to promote the pawn. Then black would have to settle for a perpetual. The move like, oh, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. White
you have
wins after king to f6, and the rook has no check. The pawn is ready to promote. The white rook is guarding the promotion square. Yeah, this just shows how difficult it is to play rook endgames accurately. Okay, we are back to the under 17 open. Let's see how the game transpires. So white chose to move the king back, but black makes the passive move of going back with the king. Okay, instead of going for counterplay with g4, then king here, here, here. Okay. Perhaps black is worried about this pawn rushing down the board.
You sure?
But black's counterplay is quick enough with the moves like rook here. Okay. Yeah, this is very difficult to play. This is very difficult to play.
Now this is the exact position.
Rook endgames are notoriously complicated.
Should be going.
Unafanya nini hapa? Uko wapi baba? Umeenda na gari?
The same thing I was saying.
So black puts the rook behind the passed pawn. But white can use a minor tactic to promote the rook by going queen to a8. The knight has to take. And then f8 queen. The rook must give itself up. King takes. And suddenly we have a rook versus knight endgame. The rook nicely covers the g1 promotion square. The white king will slowly get here, take the pawn, move the king, and promote the pawn. So black seems to be busted here. White is winning this position, but white needs to find the combination a8 queen followed by f8 queen. It's a promotion tactic. At the end of the transaction, the white rook on a1 is controlling the g1 square. Yeah, Jepchirchir finds the promotion tactic. Black is forced to take the queen. And then the other pawn promotes, forcing black to give up the queen, the rook, give up the rook. And then we have a rook and 2 pawns versus knight and 2 pawns. White should convert this one easily.
This one can handle every strings, every anything.
So in a surprising turn of events, Angel Kagambi has gone from being up a piece
So that
to losing the game.
and even advise you to sell this
This is definitely going to be a painful loss.
one card.
She fought so hard.
Yes. I got it correctly, right? Yes. 9559977. I'm on WhatsApp right now. I want to get about some answers. Tunaweza instream ndio hata tukiipeleka hiyo ingine instream click hapa. No, ukitaka kuinstream unakuja hapa